It is Saturday, 10/25, the week before the birthday. And we are about to start cooking. And hello, Sarah. And whomsoever else is out there. Hello. I have literally already started putting the pot on the floor. And let me go turn on our closed captioning. I hadn't actually finished the little can of energy drink that I got this morning when I got up. And by energy drink, I really mean it's just like a V8 vitamin thing that they put green tea in. Hey, we're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. It is going to take a few minutes today. What's this? Ooh. Okay. So those over there will stay clean. Our water is boiling. We're going to put the potatoes in. Yes, I'm violating the diet a little bit. We're going to make some street treats from Mumbai. But to do that, we need some mashed potatoes. And they got to boil for about 40 minutes. So, hey Squiddy, welcome in and congrats on first. Hello, hello. We are just getting started. I'm in the process of doing a whole bunch of things real quick. I made an order for some sewing supplies, actually. because I decided that since half my clothes don't fit anymore, at least on some of them, I can sew in elastic bands and things like that, so I don't have to rely on strings. Well, I ordered all the stuff from Amazon in the warehouse, and all they needed to do was put all of it in one package. Well, no, they decided that for 4 $2 items that they were just gonna mail them individually. So now I'm going to be pulling stuff out of the mailbox all day because they keep coming back. Goofy. Goofy, goofy, goofy. Ooh. Interesting. I ordered like 20 yards worth of elastic. They sent me 15 yards worth and a whole bunch of hook needles. I needed the needles, but still. All right. So what are we doing today? We are going to be making primarily 2 dishes, and I'm adding some protein. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some palak paneer, and that is made from primarily spinach. And we're going to do it kind of like a, not exactly the freshest way of doing it, but it's the most efficient way of doing it. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to be making some Mumbai cheese balls. But we also need to make some, I'm going to make some chicken. Because I know what happens if I don't get the protein every day. My muscles start really, really complaining when I go walking. Right now I'm over 9,000 a day. So that is going to cost me dearly if I don't do it. So, first thing we'll do while we're kind of warming up here is we are going to make ourselves some probably roasted barbecue chicken. Nothing too big. I've got our potatoes in here. I'm getting ready to set a timer for them. The potatoes are going to be used as the coating for the palak paneer. I know that sounds weird, right? Well, since you don't use eggs, you got to use something for the coating. That's for the body of it. So let me go ahead and start grabbing some stuff here. We're going to start getting started, shall we? Going to use our 60-year-old baking dish here. About time you started boiling, geez. our local farms here generally sell to the grocery stores here. So we have a slight advantage in the quality, but at the same time, a lot of these places also end up with too much, and we end up getting discounts. So today we've got discount chicken. Whether it's the best idea in the world, I don't know, but we're gonna give it a shot. Let's see. Where is my knife? There's my knife. So we got a big old pack of drumsticks here. And I am going to try to deskin them. As we've seen in the past, you leave the skin on, generally all the good stuff goes into the skin, and then the meat is just left completely bare. I can't get it to hold still long enough to cut it. There we go. This ought to work. We're not going to lollipop them or anything. Now next week, we're still cooking. But the day before, we're going to kind of start into a birthday stream. I'm going to try to, I know it's going to cause me to have to start and stop it multiple times because there's no way to use one computer to do this. But what we're going to do is I'm going to start like a gaming stream on Friday, probably Beat Saber. And then I'm going to move it into a different kind of very spicy stream. And that is going to run all night. And up until our cooking stream, which will happen the next day, on Saturday. And this is great because this means that I can technically skirt the whole you can't be live for 24-hour thing. Although I've seen people doing it recently, so I don't even know if that's a rule anymore or not. I think I need to get a smaller knife out. I don't think I've ever gone longer than 7 or 8 hours here. I know a lot of my friends go a lot longer than that every day. But I gotta work. I can't do that. Okay, it is currently 3:50. So So at 4:40, our potatoes should be ready. We need them to be in mashable condition. There we go. That looks pretty good. One other thing about this local chicken, local farms, this chicken is not coated in that salt preservative compound that they put on the chain stuff. This is just chicken. Hold still. I think we'll make probably about 6 of these. Which is about half the package. So yeah, next week I'm also going to hold kind of a viewer reward thing as well during that stream. So for every 5 subs, I'm probably going to do something like eat some bird's eye chilies raw. I'm going to have to go get some. All of mine are frozen. I don't want to eat those. Y'all want the best of the best for that. Raw bird's eye chilies is not messing around. Those things are about 2 times hotter than habaneros. But I'll do it. Oh, this knife has gotten dull. There's 5. You're noticing I'm leaving the skin on here. We're going to let that crisp up and make it easier to hold it. Right? We are going to roast this. We'll bake them until they're nice and done, and then I'll put them under the broiler for a little bit. Keep flipping them over. Hey Dio, hello, hello. Welcome in. All right, one more. And then the other half of the package can go in the freezer. This was not a bad deal for $6. That's about the only reason I'll still go to that store, because that store overprices everything else. I just go in there and get the one or two things that I can get from there that are worth it. And then I come back here and go to the cheaper store. But it does cost time and gas to do that. Doing pretty good, Theo. How you doing today? I'm just doing a little bit of surface prep here with our local chicken. Yeah, I know, me too. It's all these trends that constantly happen seem to happen within a close circle. It's you, it's me, it's Boo, it's a couple others too. Just straight up exhausted, all of us. Oddly enough, we got 6 more chicken legs left, which I'm going to vacuum seal here as soon as we get this in my oven. No, I'm not turning on Windows Backup, thank you. All right. So first up, let's get, I've turned on the oven, I'm setting it to 350. We're just going to grab our canola oil here, coat the bottom of the dish. We probably don't really need to, but we're going to. Now that I've washed my hands, I don't want to touch the chicken. We're just going to kind of set it in there. Now let's get a little bit of salt and pepper. This is just your most basic kind of chicken. I'm not following any recipes or anything right now. I'm basically just going to have one of these each day. Now, if you want your sauce to penetrate a little better, because we're not marinating it first, you can just grab yourself a fork with a little bit of spiky to it. Pointy point. Meaning not having the flat tines. You just kind of poke at it a little bit. Now let's see what we got. Got ourselves some tangy, semi-sweet barbecue sauce. We don't really have enough. Which is perfect because I've been needing to get rid of some of these bottles. I don't really use this very much. Hey, Obsidian! Hello! Welcome in! Just pulled a little trick, little swing the bottle trick there to get the rest of it out. There we go. Now this isn't going to be it. Throw that in the recycling. This is not all. What are we cooking today? Well, right now, I'm setting up the protein for this week. We're just going to make kind of some sweet, hot barbecue chicken here. Just real basic stuff. I'm currently mixing some mango habanero in with that. And this is the hot stuff. And we're just going to kind of drop that into the oven here in a few minutes. We are currently working on boiling out some potatoes, which is going to take a little while because that's something that'll take like an hour. And with that one, we're going to be using that to make some Mumbai cheese sticks. Or well, it's cheese sticks, but they are generally cheese balls the way they do it. And we'll just let that sauce sink down to the bottom and let it work its way in. There's just your basic chicken right there. The oven's not quite up to temperature yet, so we can't put it in. We're also going to be making, and this is the next thing that we're working on, is we're going to be making some palak paneer, but we're not going to be using paneer. Paneer is kind of like a goat cheese. I'm not a fan of it. It is gritty. The last time I had it, it was like chewing on sand. So that's not something I find very pleasant. So instead, we're going to make ourselves some nice spicy fried tofu instead. That's what's coming out here in just a minute. We're going to start making the tofu. I've not used the ceramic pan for that before, but we're going to try it. We're going to have to give this a couple of minutes because of the oven. So grab yourself a drink and get comfy. Don't like the feeling in my mouth either. Yeah, see, it is. It's very rough. Some people love it. Me? Nah. So we got about 20 minutes on the potatoes. When those are ready, we're going to pull those out and we're just going to kind of peel the skin off. Hey, Drinman, hello. Oh, this is just basic chicken. Now, I as I was telling everybody earlier, since all the dishes this week are vegetarian, and I'm still running and trying to build muscle, kinda need the protein. So, to that effect, I'm making the chicken here go with it. I'm having enough trouble as it is trying to keep my legs from hurting. Sometimes basic's best. Okay, so the oven's up to temperature. So we're gonna cook these for about 20 minutes or so. Actually, it's about 18. Then I'm gonna put I'm gonna set it to broiler and bring it up top and try to thicken it up and put a little color on it. Which is convenient because that's the amount of time that's left with potatoes. Chilling and working on a ref sheet. Ah, cool. Very cool. Let's go ahead and get the rest of the chicken sealed up, shall we? We're both in a hurry and not in a hurry today. The palak paneer is going to take a little while, but not too long. It's just a lot of processes. Oh, hey, Jen. Oh, you're fine. Welcome in. I'm just sealing up the chicken that we just put in the oven. I've got 6 more of them. There we go. Nice little edge. I always like to be sure to, I don't know why I didn't do it last time, but I always like to be sure to reseal these when I put them up. Ooh, this is going to be a little close. I might have misjudged this backside. Maybe not. It's a little close, but I think we're good. Hey, Frostburn! Gotta try this out. Very bad. Oh no, I forgot to turn that off. Oh shit. Oh no. All right. Hold on just a minute. So we're gonna set this to wet, moist. It is a moist setting. And we're gonna vacuum this. Well, stream is going to go this way today. Ooh. The bad idea. That was actually for last night's stream, and I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, we cracked open. Yeah, during Beat Saber, remember? Luckily, nobody redeemed it last night. That's all I needed was to fall down while I was doing it. Well, it's already set now, so don't have to do it. All right, chicken sealed up. We're gonna get that into the freezer. So I bought one big package. We just put seven of those legs in the oven. They're in there baking right now. We got about 12, 13 minutes left. Then we're gonna switch it over to broiler. And we're gonna try to roast them a little bit. I want them cooked and done before, of course. This does a really good job of sealing. It really does. It's nice and packed. We now have plenty of chicken in the freezer, so we can do several recipes without having to buy anything. Okay. Hey, Zephyr! Hello! Welcome in. Oh, we're already partway through. Hey, we got a raid from Zephyr too. Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you, Jindal. Welcome in everybody. You caught me right in between two things. We're currently boiling out some potatoes here. We're going to skin those and we're going to mash them, and then we're going to add a bunch of spices to them. And we're going to use them as a coating for some cheese. And we're going to make some, I guess in this case, Mumbai style cheese sticks. So these are kind of street food. I'm going to coat them and put them in almond flour, breadcrumbs. So they're going to be kind of fried. They're supposed to be deep fried, but we're going to try to bake them today so that I don't have to go through the deep frying process. And we're also about to start some palak paneer, but I am going to be using tofu for that. So that's the next thing, is we're going to start cutting up our tofu. And we're going to fry that up. And I'm going to coat that. And that's where we are today. So welcome in, everybody. Hey, TD Man. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Zephyr. I hope everybody had a good time over there. And anybody on my side that happens to be hanging around right now, if you can give them a follow, that'd be great. Oh, look at this. So we're going to fry these. We're just going to kind of do everything in single steps today, so it's a little easier to follow. Palak paneer involves paneer. And as I mentioned earlier, paneer is kind of a goat cheese, but it is very gritty and it doesn't melt or anything else like that. So adding it to this kind of a recipe is fine, but for me, I just don't like the taste, the grittiness. So I'm going to use tofu instead, and we're going to season this pretty well. This is packed in water. It is an organic one. I don't think tofu can be anything other than organic. It is soybean after all. This particular one is a firm tofu, so you can see it's not falling apart very easily. Anybody that wants to join the Discord, I do post recipes on irregular, but it is semi-regular basis. We don't have a big, loud, annoying community like a lot of places, so you don't have to participate if you don't want to. If you want to come in and just grab recipes, that's fine. The link under the stream should be a permanent link. If you want to use it, that's fine. Just give us a holler when you get in so we know you're there. We don't have an automatic bot assigning roles, and I'm trying to make sure our community stays away from all the scammers and such, you know? So we manually add people. I'm just going to kind of squish it a little bit here and try to get some of the water out. We want it to displace the water so that it can absorb the other stuff, the good stuff. And this being a very firm tofu, I can press on it pretty hard. There we go. That's not bad. Do I eat healthy? Are you asking me? If you're asking me, I'm sitting here cooking tofu. No, I have to. I've got high blood pressure and all that other good stuff. Today we're going to cut these not in cubes. We're going to cut little slabs here. I always like cutting these into triangular shapes when I'm trying to fry them for other dishes. And today that's no different. We're going to do that. You can cut these thinner if you want to, but it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It is going to fry out a lot of the water, and it'll shrink down some. If there is any water left. I pressed it pretty good. So I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to take these, and I'm going to cut them down to the center like this. That ain't working for this one. Let me see. What can we do? We'll just do it that way. Fun little tofu triangles. I do, just not on Saturdays or Sundays. Sometimes we cook on Sunday too. Most of the time during the week, I do have game streams. That is true. And I just picked up a new one today, which we might be playing for a little while. A new one that just came out. I actually am going to play a new game, which I don't do usually. A bunch of my friends were telling me about it last night while we were in VR. This still feels a little wet. We might have to press it again. That's fine. I don't mind. You know, you're asking me that, and I was trying to remember. It's like Ball Pit, I believe it is. It just came out. I actually was playing it a little bit before stream today to try and figure out how it works. Yeah, that one. All right, so I'm going to press these a little more now that they're all sliced up, because you can see that there's still a good bit of moisture there. Next up, we're going to make ourselves a bag of coating for this. Oh, did you take a look at it, Jen? I don't normally try stuff out before I do streams, but I've seen recently that that's caused a problem here and there, so this time I decided to play it for a little while. I was playing it some while you were streaming. We got about 2 minutes left. The potatoes can cook a little longer. I think I'm going to let them cook a little longer, but I need to keep an eye on that chicken. So let me grab a bag here. We're going to do the old shake and bake method. Oh, yeah, you saw that. Okay. That's right. I forgot I was in there too. We're going to get ourselves here some all-purpose flour. So this recipe today is not a brand new one. I've done this one once or twice before. So I'm not taking pictures and things to store this one. Okay. That was our timer alarm. Let me check on the chicken. I don't think it's done. Let me see. Nope. It's only 105. That's going to have to cook at least another 10 minutes. That's fine. Gonna have to go for now? Okay. We will see you, Dio. Thank you for coming in. And if you come back, well, that's great. If not, have a good day. Enjoy. I'm going to start with about around a cup of flour. It's a little bit less than that, I think. We're going to need more. That ought to do it. Now, how you want this seasoned is up to you. But this is where the seasoning is going to come from, is this process right here. So you have to decide what you want. And since this is going into an Indian dish, I am going to use some Indian seasoning here. This is our friend Resham chili, We haven't used Russian chili in a while. Russian chili is very strong. It is a blend of things. I'm going to put in about 2 teaspoons. And then for a little more color, we're going to add some Kashmiri chili. I don't do this if you're not used to it. There's a teaspoon of Kashmiri chili. Kashmiri chili is not very strong. It's fragrant, but it's not super strong. And then, of course, we add a little bit of salt. I'm not going to add much, just a little. Yeah, Haven showed up for the first time in forever last night. He was hollering at me about playing that one. So I said, okay, I'll check it out. All right, so there's what our amalgam here looks like. Hey, Boris, welcome in. Hello. I hope everybody just tuning in is having a great weekend so far. This process I'm doing right here is perfect for a lot of things. You can make pork chops. You can even do this with chicken if you want to. It's a good way for making chicken nuggets. All right, that color looks pretty decent, but I think it's probably not enough. I want this to have some color to it. So let's add a couple more different kinds of chili to it. What do you say? We're going to add some paprika. Paprika is fairly mild. I'm also going to add a little bit of allspice, because I know what's in the pot paneer. A little bit of regular red chili. I don't want to make this too hot, so. This should be good. That's looking pretty good. Now don't do something silly, like open that up and sniff it, because that will not end well for you. We're just going to drop a couple, 2, 3 in there at a time. And this is why it's called shake and bake. There we go. Be sure to shake them off well. You'll just lose your coating if you don't. Looks like 2 or 3 in a sandwich bag is about the right amount. Oh, I should note that if you cut your tofu a little too thin, it'll start breaking apart pretty quickly, so Don't cut it too thin. It depends on the brand and the graininess and everything else of how it was made, but at least this particular brand, it looks like this thickness is about the limit. And as you can see, some of it is getting absorbed into it from the moisture inside, which is good. That's just fine. Well, let's try 4. For cheap bags, these things have double seals on them. We're going to pan fry these here. That'll be the next thing we do. I put 4 in there, didn't I? There we go. Ooh, I can smell that. That's got some punch to it. Now our water's starting to run down on the potato. Let me add this bit. I know that'll slow down the cooking process a little bit, but that's okay. We're boiling the potatoes with the skin on so that it doesn't absorb a lot of moisture. We want them to be very mashable. Hey, Boo Boo, welcome in. Okie dokie. I'm working on your favorite thing right now. Magic food squares, which in this case are magic food triangles. Okay, there's the second alarm. Let me check the chicken. All right, it's up to 140, so we're going to let it cook a little bit longer. 10 minutes got us 40 degrees. So another 5 minutes should get us. Whoops. Another 5 minutes should get us the other 20 that we need. I need to make sure that chicken is done all the way through. They didn't put preservatives and things in there, so let's make sure we cook it correctly. Push the wrong button. They're cooking disc golf. No, tofu, tofu. And this has got 4 different kinds of chili in it now. We got the super spicy Resham chili. We've got regular chili powder, which is also used in India. And we got paprika. And we got Kashmiri chili. And salt and pepper. Push the wrong button. If I push the wrong button, something might explode. Sounds good enough? I hope so. It looks like my cup and a quarter or cup and a half is about the right amount for this, but we're going to be running low here in a minute. This particular brand of tofu seems to be much better than the stuff I got last time. And again, this is our substitute for paneer. And I checked with a couple of the guys at work, and they say, yeah, they frequently use tofu instead. Now these we're going to have to be patient on. Tofu takes a little while to cook. But I think we got the right amount. I'm having to kind of eyeball it today. It seems my printer has permanently decided that it no longer accepts paper as payment for prints. And while a lot of people don't like using paper anymore, I find it to be more useful in the kitchen. Normally watch Twitch while I take a nap. Okay. I'm just glad to have you here. You enjoy yourself and you do whatever you like. It's a Saturday. Hopefully everybody can take a break. Oh, no. Thanks for pulling that, but that's for after tonight. That'll be later tonight. But thank you. Okay, so this was the perfect amount for this. So 1 block of tofu and a little over a cup of your flour and your spices. And a regular old sandwich bag. We got a little extra, that's fine. You're gonna need a little extra anyway. Otherwise you can't coat it, right? All right, I'm going to set this aside in case we need it again. Being that this wasn't done with chicken, we don't have to throw it away immediately. All right, let me check the temperature on the chicken. We're down to the last 15 seconds or so. As long as it's very close to being finished, we can flip it up to the broiler. And we can pay attention to it a little bit. All right, here we go. Huh. 150. That's not close enough. 5 more minutes. We can check on our potatoes here now. You can eat the powder. You want me to eat that powder? I'm going to try to clean up while we're doing things today as much as possible. Keep the mess to a minimum. While that's still running, we can keep going. Let me check on our potatoes. The potatoes I'm using today are a little different from what I normally use. Normally I use kind of a starchy thing like a russet. In this case, I'm using Yukon Gold, which are the yellow potatoes. They're a little more waxy. Oh, that fork just sunk right in there. Okay. So these are pretty much done. And our trivets that were donated through Throne. Thank you so much again. I don't normally do this way, but this was suggested by the originator of the recipe. When I do Indian food, I tend to follow the recipe pretty closely. I don't really want to stick my fingers on that too quickly because those are boiling, literally. That is not the right knife. Oh, that's right. I used that other one for chicken. Okay. Ooh, those are hot. We're going to cut them open and let them sit for a few minutes. Well, I'm going to start making the tofu here while these are cooling off. We're going to try to keep moving today. You can see that these are very soft, which is perfect because we got to mash these and spice them. Oh yeah, perfect. The skin's not even wanting to stay on. That's great. So that took about an hour. I figured it was going to take about that long. Like I said, this is the coating for our cheese sticks. This is part of that coating. I know it's so strange of a thought, but that's what it is. It'll be great. Don't worry. See that? Skin just comes right off. That's what you want. All right, so there's our potatoes. We're gonna let those sit for a few minutes and we're gonna start working on our tofu. I'm gonna use the ceramic pan instead of the iron pan today. We're gonna give it a shot and see how it does. So let's switch over to the stove. Oh, hey Nate. Hello, hello. Now let me check the chicken again. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna switch it to the broiler for a couple minutes. Flip them over. Come on. And for this one today, we are going to use some vegetable oil instead of the olive oil because of the temperature. We need to make sure to keep the bottom of the pan covered, so with a little bit of warping, that means we got to use a little extra oil. This is fresh, clean oil that hasn't been used. How you doing, Nate? Welcome in. How's the cooking going? Well, so far we've got our potatoes for our cheese balls ready. And we've got our chicken in the broiler right now. We're trying to put a little color on it. And I'm getting ready to start frying our very spicy tofu triangles. Then we're going to start making our main two dishes. And instead of using purple onion today, we're going to be using shallots. My printer decided to go berserk on me, so we're going to be a little slow here and there because I'm going to have to use my tablet to keep track of all my stuff. We're going to get this nice and hot. Probably about 7.5, so it's going to be mostly high. And while that's warming up, I'm going to try and peel some of these potatoes. Luckily, I've got several of these plates. Oh, I'm going to use a bowl for this. And yes, that is correct. We are going to use a mashed potato mix to coat cheese sticks. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Ow. Oh. I'm almost to the point where I can grab the the bowl out of the rice cooker without using a towel. Don't do that at home, kiddies. Nate there's been doing some stuff too. He's been making candy. Uh-huh. What was it, Nate? Honeycomb candy, I believe is what you said? There you go. I want to make sure that oil is good and hot. We want it smoking, basically. Yeah, I think you can post it in Discord if you want to. Nate, just put it in your recipes section. If you want to. All I saw was how your pot exploded. These skins are coming right off, and they're very, very, very thin. I might actually do this instead next time. I need to make mashed potatoes or something. It's more efficient, and it's less wasteful than just peeling the potatoes. It's faster, too. Okay. I want to make sure I get these processes right today, so I'm going to go a little slower. Normally I try to rush through things. That's why I gave us a little bit more time. Now the cost on this today was about $60 or so, but that was with me buying a couple of other things, so I can't exactly say 100%. But it's something like that. That oil should be about ready. I'm about halfway through the potatoes. They are smashing very easily with a fork, and that is perfect because that's what you want. Oh, the chicken. Oh, shoot. I need to check it. In the broiler, it's going to cook really quick. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. I'm going to set this off to the side. Ooh, that's hot. I would use the chopsticks for this one. Let's give it a try. If this costs me more oil to do it, it's better. It's gonna cost me more oil from now on. I don't normally use this much. I prefer better results. Oh wow, that's cooking really quick. I don't think I've ever seen it cook this quick before. Triangles are the best shape. It dissolves in water. Oh, okay. I'm gonna kind of treat this like fried chicken. I'm gonna put down a paper towel and let it drain on it. At this rate, it really won't take but a couple minutes per side. This kind of is a little bit more on the deep frying side of things. Now, the only thing about this one is that this one is not going to last in the fridge for you. The tofu is definitely going to get soft when you reheat it. It's just a fact of life in this case. But at least one dish today will be crispy. And that is the skinning of all the potatoes. Cool. Yeah, these are pretty crispy. Almost a little too crispy. Ah. Come on out there. I'm gonna turn that heat down just a little bit. Okay, I can't do this with chopsticks, I'm sorry. Not today. We will do it lazy American way. I can hear them sizzling on the plate over here. All right, there's the first batch. Here comes the second batch. Take your time, don't crowd it. I thought the oven was on there for a second. Good. I am paying attention, I promise. Yeah, what do you think, y'all? You want to do the potato? You want to do the cheese stick balls things next? I think yes. We've already got our potatoes; they're ready. It's just a matter of putting in the spices and making the little bit of wash. It's not going to be egg wash. This is supposed to be a vegetarian recipe. So it's going to be more of an almond flour slurry wash. Haldi. That's the Hindi term for it. Haldi. Oh, this tofu is nice. It's very crispy. And be very careful not to touch the pan with this one because it's metal. So it looks like about 6.5 to 7 is the right setting. Don't go above that. I was a little above that. Kind of scorched a couple of them, but they're fine. They're just a little darker than I'd like. You want some pan-fried tofu? Hey, welcome back, Tia. Well, I mean, I can't blame you. I'm sitting here making it. This little bit of extra oil has made a huge difference in it, so I'm just going to have to remember that next time. So screw the 2 tablespoons. Go on and use about half a cup. Just enough to cover it about halfway. Seems to be working perfectly. Now, I didn't know today what kind of cheese to use for this. what they were using for the recipe was cubes, so they just bought a brick and used the brick. They still commonly use that in India too. So what I did is I decided to do something a little differently. I wanted to use a melty cheese like mozzarella, so I bought some mozzarella sticks instead, and we're just going to cut the mozzarella sticks and make little half-size sticks. But as I said, my recipe and notes are all on the other computer, so can't print them, so it's going to take me a few minutes. Not quite, but getting there. They're drying up nicely, so looks pretty good. Hey, Akitamu, can you feed me? Hey, I'm here to help. That is some spicy pan-fried tofu that we're working on for a recipe that we're doing here in a little bit called palak paneer. I'm not using paneer. Paneer is Indian goat cheese. So this is tofu instead. I'm going to use this to go with it because this will taste better. You never had tofu? Well, tofu is kind of like it absorbs the flavor of whatever you're putting it in. So as long as what you're putting it in is good, it will be good too. Yeah, these are kind of crispy, so let's pull them out. Some of them are going to be a few more minutes. We coated these with about 4 different kinds of chili pepper. It can be sweet, sure. Why not? They use it for all sorts of recipes. I use it for all sorts of recipes. This particular one happens to be spicy because it's being paired with a slightly spicy spinach dish. So it needs to kind of match. But if you're making something that's got like honey in it, you can still cook it with that, sure. Why not? Yeah, the spice is falling off. Don't worry about it. I did coat these with a powder mix, so some of it's going to fall off. This is the vegetarian dish, so it doesn't have egg binder in it. I'm setting these off to the side to let them both cool down and drain. I'll let those cook another second or two. Can you borrow me? You've only seen a couple of minutes. You think it's that good so far? I have cooked for friends before. I love doing it. It's fine. All right. I'm going to let that cool down, and we're going to come back over here. So out of that light, you can see here they're nice and crispy. They're probably still a little bit soft in the middle. It's kind of perfect. It should be really good. Run a fire. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I just bit into one of them. The centers are still a little soft, but the exterior is nice and crispy. It'll be perfect for this recipe. So that one is going to sit on the side here for a minute. Let's talk about our cheese stick mix here. This is kind of a street food in Mumbai, India. And let's see. We got our potatoes. Next up, we need a teaspoon and a half of our garlic ginger paste. And then we need some chili flakes and some black pepper and dried herbs and breadcrumbs and cilantro. Now these, I'm not going to fry them. Although we might try with one or two of them. We've still got the oil over there, we can use it. Alright, so let's go ahead and start gathering up our stuff. First up is our chili flake. These are intended to be a little bit on the spicy side, but not really because, you know, it's mozzarella cheese. It's not going to be that spicy, regardless. Remember, we're distributing amongst a couple of pounds worth of potatoes. So there's one. I got a little more potato here than they wanted, so I'm going to use 2 teaspoons of our chili flake. Next, we need about 1.5 teaspoons of our garlic ginger paste, so I'm going to use 2 of that as well. And this one you'll have to get on your own, probably from a local Indian store. As you can see, I use a lot of it. It's almost empty now. So this is just ground ginger and ground garlic. That's all it is. And it's perfect for so many recipes. It really is. We need a little salt and some black pepper. Now with the salt, I'm just going to measure that the way I usually do. I have to use less. So I'm going to use about 1/4 of a teaspoon there. I'll use a little bit of the magic stuff. About 1/8 of a teaspoon of that. We need about 3/4 of a teaspoon of mixed Italian herbs for this one. I do recommend Italian herbs. Well, I happen to have Italian seasoning, which is a mixture of herbs. So there we go. It's a little more than a teaspoon, but there we go. Then we need breadcrumbs and cilantro. Now, this is also a fried treat here. So the breadcrumbs are for the coating on that. I like mixing, since we're using Italian herbs, I like mixing Italian herbs and panko, this kind of thing. I originally was going to bake these. I had started off the stream saying that, but I'm thinking now I might just go ahead and use that oil. There's our Italian style breadcrumbs. And here are our larger grain panko. I'm just going to kind of mix them in there, you know. Now this is the final top coating that you'll put on the outside. This is going to be sticking to our potato mixture, which is also going to have some spices in it. I've never done this recipe before, so I'm trying to follow it pretty closely. If it works, I'll post it in Discord. So there we go. There's our breadcrumb mix. Now for the interior, which is going to be what we put on the inside for our cheese, it's going to be a little more of the same because they want to try to make the flavor kind of even all the way through. So we're going to do the same thing here for this. We're going to mix in more black pepper, more chili flakes, and more dried herbs to go with our cheese. So I'm going to grab some more of our Italian seasoning here. Hey, Lucy. Joe. Wait, what did I say? Italian herbs, chili flake, black pepper, love these little stainless steel cups. I bought 12 of them like 5-6 years ago. They're perfect for just about everything. If anybody wants to get any of them, just let me know. I'll post a link. There we go. I'm starting to understand the people that buy the electric grinder now. Now, the other thing is that they're calling for allspice. Allspice is not something that everybody has, but I do have it, so. There we go. Running kind of low on it. I bet you anything I've got it in the cabinet, I just don't know. Now the other thing is that we need corn flour. And the corn flour is going to be used for the coating as well. I don't like using corn flour like that. When they say corn flour, what they mean is corn starch. But in my case, I want it to have a little bit of a surface texture to it. So I am going to use actual cornstarch or corn flour. This is the masa corn flour. This is the stuff you use for making tortillas and other things. And honestly, based on my experience from that particular person that does these types of recipes, I know that their translation doesn't always work. And I think that they might actually mean this in the first place. So we've got our masa here, corn flour. I'm going to kind of loosen it up a little bit. It's been sitting in the cabinet for a little while. Now, it did call for cilantro as well. If you don't like cilantro, I'm sorry if you've got that problem, but I don't, so I'm using it. In most recipes in India, they call it coriander. I'm sure that's more than enough. This is going in the batter mix, so we need to make sure we cut it up fairly fine. That ought to work. All right. I'm just trying to keep up with the cleaning. These shows cost me a lot of time. All right, so now we've got that. So next up, we're going to add our garlic, our herbs, our coriander leaves, our little bit of salt, our chili flake, our pepper, and some breadcrumbs to the potato mixture. Now we need about 9, I believe it was 9 teaspoons of this in there, along with these. So this is the first half of it, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and just pop this right in there, straight up. And our herbs. So this is gonna be both spicy and kind of an herb flavor to it. Our garlic ginger here. There's only supposed to be about a teaspoon of that, so I'm just going to put some of it in there. All right. Now we need 9 teaspoons of our mixture here. I'll just have to add more. If I have to add more, I have to add more. No big deal. All right, so that's that. I'm going to sleep. All right. So let's go ahead and make our, we're going to make little balls out of this, potato balls out of this. We're going to smash those and then put our cheese inside. So let me pull these out of the way here. And get a bigger spoon. The potatoes are cooling off, so they're kind of becoming a little more firm. So getting this to mix is not going to be easy. Ooh, that's interesting. As I started mixing this together, all of a sudden it just released this massive amount of aroma. Now, if you're wondering why the texture is thickening up, it's the breadcrumbs, of course, but we want it to. Remember, this is the coating for our cheese. Or it's going to be the spiciest mashed potatoes you've ever had in your life. This is thickening up quite nicely. All right, so there's what our mixture looks like. Next up, we gotta make some balls out of it. Good thing I got a lot of extra plates today. Now, normally this is done with, the cheese cubes I mentioned earlier, but since we're going to use mozzarella sticks, we got to kind of judge it a little bit, make them a little bigger. What I intend to do is use these. These are the same mozzarella sticks that you normally get yourself, probably. Mozzarella is very melty, so it's perfect for this kind of a recipe. So we got to make enough potato mix to cover one of these. So I'm going to have to kind of eyeball it. I'm thinking that's about the right size. It's got to fold over it and on top of it, so. This is kind of sticky. Not real bad. Definitely the right potatoes. Don't use anything other than those. Starchy potatoes will not work. I'm judging the amount of cheese sticks I'm going to cut based on the number of balls we make. Come on. Stick to itself, not to me. It's interesting how well of a dough this makes. This was 1 pound of Yukon Gold, which is about 7-8 little potatoes. We are making a lot more than I expected. Uh-oh. Well, there we go. Those are probably a little bit large, but that's fine. We'll just do it. Now you can use parchment paper for the next part if you like. I'm just going to sort of fold them in. That's where it's going. I think it's going to be a whole cheese stick per. I think we have a little bit much. I might have overdone it just a hair. We still haven't even done the palak yet. Now the palak, after we get this done, the palak is primarily spinach, but it's going to be spinach and cream and a little bit of spices, and that's pretty much it. We're going to blanch and boil our spinach just a little bit, just a couple minutes. And then it's going to go into, we're going to press it, dry it as much as we can. We're going to drop it straight into a blender and mix it with its spices and other mixtures. And that's pretty much it. It's not too difficult. None of this is really too difficult. We just have to do a few extra steps here and there. We got to get some dried spices and we got to fry them. It uses cloves and cinnamon, as well as shallots, which we've got to peel and chop. I elected to use shallots because they have more flavor to them, but the recipe did call basically for purple onion to begin with. I know it looks like I'm making a lot of these, but I'm really not because I am going to end up using 2 per at this rate. They're too large. Okay. Cookies? It kind of look that way, doesn't it? All right, now our cheese needs to be seasoned as well. I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. So we got herbs, chili flakes, pepper, and our spice powder, and we're going to put that all over our cheese. I'm just checking about the slurry mixture that we have to make and make sure what's in it. Okay. So normally when you go to do a fry, and I've done this here before, you generally do an egg wash. But we're not going to do an egg wash this time. We're going to make a slurry with some of our corn flour. I'll just have to get some more out of the cabinet. It's not a big deal. Y'all can hear me, right? Okay, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take some water and mix this in here. So we've got a slurry mixture of our corn. Yeah, we're making the cheese sticks. Yes. I mean, they're sitting right there. Come on. Our cheese sticks need to have a seasoning as well. So if you remember earlier, I kneaded out some pepper and herbs and chili and easy, they're done. And our allspice. So we're just going to dump that in here. I'm sorry, today I'm literally, every time I empty something, I'm cleaning it before I put it in. I'm sorry. I'm just being a little bit, these things I know make a mess, so I don't want to. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but we'll see. Just kind of rolling it like this. And using the moisture of our cheese sticks to absorb that spice. course, it's really only taking the dusting off of it, so we'll probably have to put a little more in there. I am going to run out of bowls. I am going to run out of everything today. They are, however, nice and dry now to the touch. So what we'll do is I'll just take a little bit of this and throw it in there with it while we're making them, okay? We've got our exterior here. You see this? It's forming thicker material, a thicker mixture now. It's a little thicker, which is good because that's what we need to coat it with. If this works better, I'll avoid using eggs in the future because this is a lot less expensive. Okay. Are we ready to do this? I think we're ready to do this. Swear to God, I'm going to use all 8 of these plates. I am very, very glad that I did not throw these away when I bought the new ones. Okay. I am going to put a little bit of the flour on my hand here. It ain't going to stick to it very well, but it'll stick a little bit. We're going to get the small one here. We're just going to kind of mush it out. Again, you can use parchment paper if you want to for this. I honestly would prefer that, but I'm not going to go digging right now. We're just going to take our cheese stick here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get 2 in there. I'm going to put a little bit of our spice mix here with our herbs on there, just like that. We're just going to kind of smash it over. Kind of make it as even as you can. You know the funny thing about this? As it is right now, you could still straight up eat it because it hasn't got anything in it other than vegetables and cheese. we got cooked mashed potatoes, we got herbs, we got spices, and we got cheese. That's it. I'm going to roll this in our flour here. I'm going to try to tighten it up just a little bit. All right, so we got a puck. Now I'm going to put it down here in our moistening mixture, which is rapidly turning into a thick one. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. It's not really supposed to be this thick, I don't think. I'll let that drip off a little bit. And there's our first one. Not too difficult. A little messy, but not too difficult. See if we can get a bigger one going here. Oh, the water's better than the flour. What do you know? Just taking 2 fingers and kind of pressing it in and cupping it. We'll grab a little bit of our spice mix here. Just kind of pressing it together. Till we got a nice big old cheese ball here. All right. So we got our initial coating. Get a bread coating. And there we go. This is going to take some time. A lot more than I expected. I may have to film, we're running out of time here. I may have to film the potluck tomorrow. Gosh. I tell you what, in order to save some of that time, what we'll do, I will stop with these and just make these 2. And I'll make the rest of them later. I mean, for that matter, you can technically just fry those potato balls as is. That's mentioned in there. So let me turn the heat back on the stove. I'll add a little more oil. All right. Each one of these is about 150 to 200 calories. These, I'd say, are probably about 250. So I'm going to start by reheating our oil here and getting it good and hot. I'm going to dump it and put fresh oil in it. I don't want it to have that scorched spice flavor to it. This is cheap oil, so I'll use the cheap oil. It's fine. Matter of fact, I won't even use that. I used this oil in our deep fryer just once. So let's try that. I don't need it to redeem. You can just put an exclamation point, boop, and then put an at and a name on it. You got it. That one's free. So we got everything ready for the cheese sticks, but it looks like it's going to take a long time to make all of them. So I'm only going to do 2 of them right now, so we can finish our show today and have everything else done. So that's what we're doing right now. We're going to cook these 2. And then do our paddock. Because for that one, I still have a lot of prep work to do. Oh, do I have to do it for you? I'll do it. There you go. I'm going to try to get that oil up to about 350. It's about 180 right now, so we're going to have to let it heat up a little longer. Huh. One more recipe to do today, and we will be done as soon as we cook these. These are going to take about 4 to 5 minutes per side, I think. Using a small pot like this is going to be kind of flaky. Be careful. We're close to 300. We need to be near 400. And the spicy redeem is done. Or the bad idea redeem is done. It says about 2 minutes per side. I thought it was about 4, but these are a little larger, so we'll kind of let it go for 2 or 3. Now for palak paneer, we're going to need about 3.5 cups of the paneer, which we've already done all that. We need about 300 grams of our spinach, which is about half a pound, which we have. So I'm going to go ahead and start prepping those ingredients for the next one. I bought chopped frozen spinach, and it's been sitting in the refrigerator all night, so it's not frozen anymore. And instead of using Indian style green chilies, I'm going to have to use jalapenos because I couldn't find any. So it won't be quite as spicy. But I'm using an extra one, so we'll see. But I am going to use all of them, all 3. So what I'm going to do while that oil is still heating up is I'm going to press our spinach and get all the water out of it. This one's a lot of ingredients, but it's not a lot. It's not too much to do. Oh, I made a mistake. Oops. I only need 1 bag, not 2. That's fine. We got 1 more in the freezer. If you want to make double this recipe, you can. It's very easy to do. Just make literally double. So what I'm doing is I'm just taking it out in small fistfuls, just pressing my hands together to squeeze it out. There's a lot of water in it, you have to get it out. It's also extremely cold. Oh, that hurts. Spinach is ready. This was just chopped frozen spinach, so it'll save you a lot of time if you do it that way. It isn't going to change the flavor very much, as long as you don't get like mature spinach. It'll be a little bitter if you do. All right, let's check our oil. Oh, that's hot. About 420. Starting to smoke a little. Okay. Here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to get a little holy spoon, and we're going to drop it straight down in there. Oh! There we go. Like I said, using these types of small pots for this is a little bit risky. Little fire, it happens. That's too hot. Look at that. It's done in like 30 seconds. That's too hot. All right, let's try that again. That's what you want right there. Okay. Yeah, I know, sketchy. That was sketchy. All right, let's get back over here and do the next one. So we've got ourselves some jalapeno peppers here, some nice firm ones, dark green. We've got ourselves about 300 grams of spinach. I lost about 20 of them in the sink. We need about 2 1/4 cups of our chopped onions, so let's go ahead and get that going. For this one, I'm using shallots. Shallots are going to be more flavorful. They're a little more expensive, though. In this case, they're about $5 a pound. But the amount required was about a pound, so I just mitigated it. All right, there's one. Ooh, that's strong. There you go. Nice purple shallot. I was trying not to get into rush mode today, but I think we're going to have to. It's been a little while since I've used the scale, but I am going to measure it today. It's gotten a little dusty. $112. So we need one more, maybe two. I've got 4 more, so it's okay. Come on. $129. I don't want to overdo it with these, that's why I'm checking. Normally I just say cut it, throw it. But for this one we need to check. If you overdo it, it'll destroy the flavor. We may be trying to figure out how to dual stream over to YouTube as well in the near future. Jindal here has already started doing it, so I will try to adopt it myself. We'll see how it goes. We do have an ad coming up. I'm not going to stop working. $180. So we need a little more. Normally with onion, it's like throw the whole onion in there, we're good. But these are a little different. Too much of this and that's all you'll taste. All right, this ought to do it. So there's about 200 grams as they requested. I have to go back to my Chinese cleaver. I love that little knife, but it's just too light. Glad that fell underneath there and caught that pan. God, these are burning. All right, there's our onion. In this case, shallot. That actually burned my eyes pretty good. Ooh. Okay. So we got our spinach, we got that. We got to get these. I don't really need to chop this stuff up too much because we're going to end up putting it in the blender. So I'm only going to chop it up enough to make it easy to blend. One slice and go. Sorry about shifting into speed mode, but I don't have a ton of time. I didn't think those other things were going to take an extra hour. Perfect. Two of these peppers smell pretty spicy, so they might be good. They might be good for this one today. All right, prep work's done for those. Now, next up, we need about a cup and a half of tomato. I got that too. I didn't get the Italian tomatoes for this one. I got a full tomato. You do not want the seeds in this case. Doesn't look like there are hardly any. Huh. That's it. There's virtually no seeds in this one. Well, good meaty tomato is exactly what we need. You want the tomato meat. You don't want the seeds and such. I know it sounds weird to say tomato meat, but there you go. That's about all we need right there. I'll put a little bit more in there. All right. Tomato. So it's not just spinach, right? All right, we need about 2 teaspoons of garlic ginger paste. We need about some cashews. I got those too. This is the part that's expensive. Still have one we used earlier. About 1.5. That should do it right there. Maybe 5 more. What do you know? It said 10 to 20 of the cashews. Now we have to crush those. These are bits and pieces, so I'm going to use, how about that much? Maybe a little more. About that much. Don't turn them into peanut or cashew butter. Just fry. You keep smashing them, they'll actually pulverize down into butter. All right, cashew nuts. We need 1.5 teaspoons of kasuri methi. Kasuri methi is. Where's my bag? Fenugreek. Ooh, oh, that's a smell. I think it said 1.5. That's half. That's 1. That's 1.5. All right. Kasuri methi, which you all know as fenugreek, is a bittering agent. We need about 3/4 of a cup of water and 9 tablespoons of cream. Whoa. Y'all wanted to be awake, right? Whoa. The regular one or the uh-oh one? No dying. So this is 2 tablespoons. We need 9. 4, 6, 8, 9. I'll get that in just a minute, Jen. I got a big old lung full of hot pepper earlier. My nose is running too. Got a couple of small cans of Diet Dr. Pepper earlier. We will use that. I am definitely running out of steam. Okay, now we have our cream, we have our spinach. Next up, So we have to do this in 2 stages. I haven't done this in a while. I needed to check my notes. We need to do this in basically 2 stages. We're going to take our spinach, a little bit of water, our garlic ginger paste, and our cashews, I believe, and cook those together first. Just a minute, I'm sorry, hold on. All right. I'm having to think about this. So the spinach here is already wilted. It was frozen and blanched already. So the first part of this, I'm basically going to say that the first part of this is already done because we used the frozen spinach. It's now been pressed and drained thoroughly. So the thing we need to do is we need to saute the green chilies and the cashews for about 3 or 4 minutes. And then we'll add the spinach into it and let it heat up a little bit. Okay? So that's the first part. I'm going to pull this off and set it over here. Then we add in our onions and we cook our onions and our tomatoes together until they thoroughly soften up. Now, when we take the spinach out, we take our spinach and our chilies and all off. We're going to put those are going to go in the blender. We're going to put a little water in there and we're just going to blend it together. So that is the part that we're doing right there. The tomatoes and the onions have to be cooked separately because those are going to form the base of the spice mixture. Now we also need to get our seeds and things together, so we're going to go ahead and get those. I'm just going to combine it all together here. So we're going to need 6 green cardamoms. Now that's something you're not going to have commonly. You're going to have to go get those. And we need 3/8 of a teaspoon of jeera. Jeera is your cumin seed. As soon as I can find it. Where is it? Cumin. There we go. So we need about 3/8 of a teaspoon. I'm going to use about a half. It's fine. We got a little extra everything else. So I'll just use a little less than a half. So there's our cumin seed. All right. So we have cumin seed. We have 6 cardamoms, some cinnamon. Remember, this is kind of a curry. The cardamoms, they come in green and they come in black. I haven't used these in a while. They're starting to look a little dry. But these are cardamom pods. So there we go. I'm going to go put 7 in there. So that's cumin and cardamom. And then we need 6 long. Long is it's a clove. These you need to be careful with because these are very strong. You don't want to overdo it with these. And then the last one you need for this is the cinnamon, which I'm not sure where that is offhand, but I will look. I kind of call it like a bag, but I don't know where that little bag disappeared to. I do, however, know where there's a jar full of them. Yeah, there we go. So yes, cinnamon stick. Like I said, this one's a little more involved. I need a tablespoon of butter and a tablespoon of oil. That is going to be used with these. We'll just eyeball it. There you go, 1 tablespoon of butter. This is cream, sweet cream butter, no salt. And the oil we'll add in a minute to that. That's in a separate pan. Then we add our garlic ginger paste and our tomatoes. All right. So the onions, then our garlic ginger paste. And then our tomatoes. I'm just trying to order it so that we make sure that we don't mess this up. Like I said, it's been a few years since I've done this one. All right, we're supposed to add garam masala. Now that wasn't mentioned anywhere. So I will grab some of that too. I got everything, y'all. This is the actual process here. Then we added kasuri methi and spinach mixture. Okay, so that's the final part of it. The kasuri methi and the spinach mixture. Now this goes in the spinach. Into the blender. I think we are ready to go. I'm going to check my notes one more time to make sure I remember. Oh boy. Y'all, I forgot how hard it was to do this stuff. I need to do it more often. Just because I know what it is in my head doesn't mean I've done it in a while. Okay. So our first part here that we need to do is to cook our spinach part and get it blended. All right. So that's the first thing that we got to do. So we're going to saute our green chilies. We're going to put in our cashews and our spinach. We're going to cook those for a couple of minutes, and then we'll add our spinach. So here we go, phase one. No mention of the cream anywhere. Okay. I am not going to use that pan. I will use this one. I'm breaking the rule. I'm not going to use this one for X this time. We'll keep this on a moderately low temperature. So here we go. Hey, Flair. Welcome in. How you doing? You're coming in on the big complicated part of the run today. I was literally about to start. How you doing today? This pan is not warped. Why? I hate that. No matter what I do, it doesn't ever fit. All right, we're about ready. I'm going to let the water dry out here just a second. We are going to go in it. Doing okay so long as I'm not showing up at the credits. Now we've already made most everything today. We've made our Mumbai cheese sticks. We've made the chicken that I was using as a supplement. I've got our fried tofu for this dish that I'm making right now. And I have enough to make several more of these cheese sticks, but I'm not going to do it right now because it's going to take several hours. So we're going to go ahead and start making our palak paneer. We are about to start that. I'm trying to modify it a little bit because I'm using frozen spinach. But we are going to cook our peppers here and our cashews. So I'm going to cook the peppers until they're slightly soft. Then I'm going to add the cashews and just kind of let them mix. And then we'll throw in the spinach. All right, here we go. A little bit of oil. Maybe not quite hot enough. I'll bring it up a little bit. Lots of green peppers. The Mumbai cheese sticks are actually wrapped in it's wrapped in a Yukon Gold potato mixture with a lot of spices and herbs, and then rolled in corn flour and fried. I actually have a couple of them, but I'm going to do the rest of them a little bit later because it's just going to take too long. They're very different from what you normally see. All right, these are starting to get a little fragrant. I'm going to adjust the temperature just a little bit up a little bit more. I'm starting to think that I need to start cooking everything in that in the red black iron pot. I'm getting kind of tired of stuff not sitting correctly. These are new burners too. I put in new burners, but they're still sitting crooked. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, I did something kind of silly. I bought a Kiku. All right, we're going to go ahead and add our cashews now. Those are going to soak up that oil. There's our spinach. This part is going to go into the blender along with the cream. Because of the way that this silly recipe is written, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to actually add cream to it or not. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let that cook for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to add the cream to it anyway, and let it simmer for a little bit. I know these recipes are vegan, but you know, or at least vegetarian. But that is why I made chicken today too. I'm doing a lot of bodybuilding, sort of. We're going to say sort of. Not per the old definition, but per the older definition. I'm going to add the cream. And it just vanished. It just soaked right up and disappeared. I think we're going to have to add a little water. There we go, that's a little better. May need a little more. I just went off the rails. Here we go. Remember, this part of it is going in the blender. So we're going to have to add water to it anyway. My blender has never touched any drinks. It's always been for food. You want me to make you a pina colada? I don't know how. There we go. That's what I was looking for. It looks a little greener now. That's better. I want it to be a little lighter green. We don't want this to be dark green. Dark green is going to be bitter. Yes, I'm adding a little more of the cream. Oh, please don't tell me that that's what I think it is. Let me check real quick. Oh boy. This was only supposed to cook for about 4 or 5 minutes, but we're up to 10 already. Alright. I'm going to stop or it'll start getting bitter for that reason too. I'm going to carefully put this into the blender. I'm going to use the bowl scraper this time. All right. All right, reset. So there's our blended mix for our spinach. Now I add about 3/4 of a cup of water to it. I'm not going to add that much because we've already added some. I'm just going to put a couple of tablespoons. Oh, that changed the smell completely. Wow. It's still a little grainy, so I'm going to keep blending it. All right, next up, our butter. Oh, no. We got a casualty. There's our seeds, cardamom pods. Now our onions. In this case, shallots. All right, there we go. That's how it should look. So we've got our spinach mixture ready to go. Oh, this smells so good. Oh my God. We lost one of our special bowls. I accidentally set it down too close to the edge. And that shattered, and I can't buy anymore because we don't exist anymore. Oh well. I'm not going to fix it. I used to fix everything. I'm not going to do that anymore. comes a time when you just can't fix things constantly. And I've kind of hit that. I don't even know how to describe the oh so pleasant smell that this is producing. If you've never cooked shallots before, I don't know how to tell you how they smell. But it's sweet and it is earthy, and you can smell the cinnamon. Shallots, the gay little onion. Hey, see here, welcome in. I mean, you're not wrong. This is not going in the blender. They're starting to soften up a little bit. I don't know what that sound was, but okay. All right, next up, we're adding our garlic ginger paste. I really don't know what that sound was. Something in the back of the kitchen just made a ding sound. It's probably just a ghost. So now, in addition to the shallots and the herbs and the spices and that cinnamon, oh, that cinnamon is just making it kind of sweet. We now have garlic and ginger. Let that cook for a minute. Honestly, I can already smell it, so we're going to go ahead and add the next part. Now our tomatoes need to break down completely. We haven't got too much more now. This is about it. For those just coming in, we already seeded. In this case, we seeded and removed all the interior of that tomato. So there's nothing left but the flesh and the meat. Now, our last couple of steps are that we've got some garam masala to add. We have some kasuri methi, and we have our spinach blend, which we've already made. I just realized that I'm being careful about my enunciation this time. And I don't even know why. I don't need to. Some of y'all can speak Hindi. I intended for today's recipe to not be a big mess. And initially it wasn't, but somehow it's become one. I don't know how that happened. But it did. Okay. Sorry, I'm keeping up with it. Yep, our oil was just a little too hot. Oh god, that's so good. I'm totally not eating that slightly overcooked one. Of course, I'm not actually supposed to be eating at all, but you know, whatever. As far as cheese sticks go, that's probably the best one I've ever had. It's not just a little over-fried piece of cheese. It's got the potato covering. It's crispy. It's got a lot of herbs, and it's got a lot of bite to it. I need these tomatoes to start breaking down a little more. I'm going to lower the temperature just a little. We're almost done today, everybody. This did take a little longer than I expected. By a little, I mean a lot. It took a lot longer than I expected. I should know better by now. Indian food generally takes a lot longer than they say it does. But it's so good, right? No, no, no. No scorching. I'm going to help those tomatoes a little bit. Oh. My God. I'm getting tired, y'all. Doing that will help our tomatoes get a little more heat on. You can see they're starting to break down. I guess I should have chopped them up a little more. Oh, God, that smells so good. I lowered the heat so it could steam a little more. I feel so bad about that dish now. I went through a lot of trouble to get those. I just dropped it. Ah. What's worse, it survived the first hit. It was the second one that killed it. Okay, Jen, thank you. Thank you so much for helping. We're running on 4 hours here. Wow. almost done. Almost. I already got the dishwasher full. Counter's done. All right, tomatoes. I should have put them in sooner. Wow. Temperature's at 5.5 on this electric stove. This seems to be about perfect. So, well, sorry, 5. It's on 5, not 5. Hey, Blue. Welcome in. Thank you for the alert. So again, next week I'm going to try to do a stream from probably Friday afternoon. I might just leave a little early from work and start it somewhere around 1 or 2. We'll play a game or two, and then we're going to send it over to a very spicy stream. And then when we come back from that, we'll be cooking. So I'm going to try to do like a 24-hour or a 30-hour stream. Next week's my birthday, so we'll give it a shot. I've never done it before. I've never gone more than about 6 or 8 hours. Yes, I know there's a big difference between the two, but I don't remember which one it was. And for those that are still willing to donate a few subs, if you donate 5 subs, I will eat a raw bird's eye chili, a Thai chili. Every 5, I will do another one. If you donate 100 subs, I will eat 20 of those things right in front of you. Yeah, I'll probably pay for it, but I don't care. It's fine. It's been 5 years. I have been streaming for 5 years. I have been cooking for 4. And I will gladly keep doing it. I was trying to avoid this turning a little dark, but I think it's going to. Our tomatoes are almost broken down. We're going to steam them a little longer. Before we add our spice mix and our spinach and our fenugreek. For a minute there, the only thing I could think of was the actual name. Kasuri methi. I honestly think we need more of the spinach mix, but we can't do it now, so we're just going to have to go with what we got. This is why I made the chicken back up. All right, tomatoes are broken down now, so we are good to go. Now it's about to smell even better. Get a teaspoon of garam masala. Oh yeah, there it is. combination. It's perfect. We're going to add in our kasuri. I'm going to turn the heat down a little bit. I don't want it bubbling. Something thick like that is going to bubble and splatter all over you. We're only really supposed to be heating it all the way through because we basically have already cooked everything else. And there we go. All right, let me come back over here. Up. Let me grab a big bowl. We haven't seen this one in a while, have we? It looks perfect. Very, very green. Not super dark. Oh, okay. Good to see you, Thea. Thank you. All right. I am calling it. We are done. Until I decide to start cooking that other part. Make some more of those potato covered cheese sticks. You got your little red bits. Those are your tomatoes. But it looks great. And it tastes right. Now, in your version, you're probably going to want to add a little salt. Even I want to add a little bit. The spinach is takes up kind of that flavor, you know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. Well, there you go. We managed to finish it today. It was a lot more work than I expected, but we did. So we've got our barbecue and spicy hot chicken here. We've got our fried cheese sticks here wrapped in Mumbai potato mixture. And we've got our fried tofu here to go with our palak paneer. So with that, I definitely need to get going because I've got to clean all this up. Finish cooking some of it. Oh. So let's see here. Yeah, I know it's still got 2 of them on there. Here, we'll just. Whoop! No, not you. You. Okay. Because that looks weird. All right. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Dio, for being here. I really appreciate it. I do, and you all are always here. And Zephyr, thank you so much for the raid tonight. I really appreciate it. I'll post all the food as soon as I can, and I will post any recipes that we do make for everybody to get a hold of. So let's see if we can find somebody to raid tonight while I'm busy trying to clean all of this up. Because there's still a lot. Let me see. Well, I can't really, I can't justify going into a spooky one tonight because this is a cooking stream. So let's go say hi to Ramia. Ramia's doing a house flipper thing. Make sure I spell that right. All right. So, well, if you have my emotes, use them. If you don't, that's fine. Use what you got. You're welcome to cut and paste in the chat. There's our raid message for tonight. We're going to go say hi to Ramia. Ramia's working on House Flipper tonight. I hope everybody has a great night, great weekend. I hope everybody enjoys themselves. Go cook something and give us a report on what you make. So we will see you all later. Have a great night. Bye now.
Hi, thanks for raiding. Hey, Jinx isn't fair on raid.